Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second day here of the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. Today is our Barrow Show with our judge, Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Before we get started this afternoon, if I could direct your attention to the center of the arena, remove cover for our national anthem.
Say, can you see? What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we march, were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome today to our second day. Our judge today is Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Before we get started, we'll have some rules like we did yesterday. All the barrows will come in on the east side. If you're on the south side of the arena, come in behind the bleachers onto the east side of the arena. If you're on the north side, come up here in front of the announcer stand, enter towards the east side as well. You'll notice some signs we had there yesterday out of the respect of our exhibitors. Please, exhibitors and their animals only beyond those gates as we compete today. We're going to start our show today with the Barrow Show. We have the Berkshire Show in the Barrows. We have 10 entries in 3 classes. We have 2 exhibitors in the first class, 3 exhibitors in the second class, and 5 entries in the third class. As we bring your Berkshires into the makeup area at this time, you can enter the arena at the direction of your gate help. Also today, throughout the entire Barrow Show, I invite you to find one of our ambassadors representing the Canadian County Fair Board. They do have tickets for sale today, $5 per ticket, 5 tickets for $20 for that bright orange water tank directly below the announcer stand. That'll be given out just before and during the auction on Friday evening. So get your tickets now, get them while they're hot. $5 a ticket, 5 tickets for $20. Be making your way into the arena now, looking for our first class with 2 entries in the Berkshire division, weight class of 210 pounds. Today's Barrow Show sponsor is BA Tools, a Matco authorized distributor. Thank you for your sponsorship and support of our youth, our 4-H and FFA exhibitors here at this spring 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. Looks like our first class of Berkshires are in the holding pens. We're ready now for class number 1. Class 2 has 3 exhibitors. Class 3 has 5.
Well, again, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to be here this afternoon and work with your young people and go through your Barrow Show here today. Very nice kind of a class of Berkshires here to start off with. We're going to start with the young man's barrel on the far side, just one that I think balances up just a notch better from the side. He's more extended up through his front end, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrel. And as you get up on top and behind him, actually reads with more true shape and true muscle right out of the backside of his blade, has that dimensional looking through the center and lower part of his ham and stifle. The young lady's barrel we have in 2. Like this guy from a center rib standpoint, center body standpoint, his depth of flank is awfully good, and he excels the barrel that wins the class in that regard. He's a sound, mobile kind of a barrel. You get up on top and behind him, he gets a little more peaked right at the top of his blade. He doesn't carry that muscle quite as deep and down to his stifle, and the lower part of his ham and stifle is that barrel that wins. But an awfully nice pair. Let's give these 2 kids a round of applause.
In our first class, first place, congratulations to Jake Volgamore, representing all Reno, FFA. In second place, Gabby Nafa, representing Union City, FFA. We're now ready for class number 2, looking for 3 exhibitors in class number 2. Class 3 of Berkshire has 5 entries. Be getting ready.
Good class of middleweight Berkshires here to work through, and 3 hogs that have got an awful lot of good to them. And yet with that, the young man over to my left wins the class and does so quite handily. That was the one who just kind of brings the most to the table, if you will, in terms of one that's not only very good in terms of his balance from the side, he combines that with some stoutness of features, some stoutness of skull. Reads very good in terms of the top shape as you get up on top and behind him. Lots of volume in that guy, and he's opened up better through the center part of his body, center part of his rib than the one that we're going to have inside second, which is a young lady on the far side. Very good, attractive fronted kind of a barrow, one that's sound and functional in his feet and legs, like the extra length and extension that he has, and yet as you get into this guy, he's not quite as powerful at the top of his hip. He doesn't carry that muscle down quite as good as that barrow that wins the class. Just like to give him a little more flair, a little more pop to the lower part of his ham and stifle in order to move up. Not to take anything away from the young man's barrow we have here in 3, big-bodied kind of a barrow, like the condition that he has over the center part of his rib. Gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip, kind of wants to tuck and dive his hind leg up underneath him a little more than ideal. Just like to level him there, have him get out and handle the ring just a little more comfortably. Nice class of middleweights, let's congratulate them.
Out of Class 2, congratulations to first place Bryson Cooper from Maple 4-H. In second place, Presley Ossip, representing Piedmont FFA. And in third place, congratulations to Jordan McBain, representing Mustang 4-H. We're now showing Class 3, looking for 5 entries in Class 3. Following this class, we will show for champion and reserve.
Very competitive heavyweight class of Berkshires. The young lady in the black sweater is going to win this class, and I think the one that just really puts a lot of good things together when you talk about one that's got shape and got muscularity as you get up on top of him. Still handles it awfully good in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. He's opened up through the center part of his body. He has the depth of body and depth of flank that you're looking for. You know, ideally you'd like to relax him in his pastern ever so slightly on his hind foot. That's being awful nitpicky, but very, very nice kind of a Berkshire. The one I think most nearly follows him in terms of within this class is the young lady here in the yellow shirt. Another one that's awfully good from a balance standpoint from the side. Really attractive up through his front end. Has good kind of stoutness about his skull. You get up on top of him, but I don't know if he opens up behind his blade quite as powerful as that bear that wins the class when he comes right at you. I just need to open him up, bust him open in his chest floor, widen him out at his knee in order to make him more comparative to that bear that wins the class. Young man over here in the striped shirt's got a very well presented kind of a bear that falls in 3. Another one that you like as he comes right to you. Blade and forearm is awfully good. Laid back in his shoulder the way you'd like him. He just simply gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body than what you'd term ideal. Like to drop him in his heart, drop him in his flank, just give him a little more productive look through the center part of his body in order to move up any higher. Young lady in the FFA shirt's going to be 4th here today. Another very productive kind of a barrow, good kind of depth of body and flanking him. Not balanced from the side quite as good as some of those hogs that precede him in class. Like to see him a notch taller at the point of his blade, maybe was more attractive kind of a look up through his front end in order to move up any higher. Young man in 5 has a real long body, really extended kind of an individual. You have to like that. You get down at the ground. I don't know if he's quite as stout in terms of his bone and foot size. Just like to give him more feature there, stouting him about his jaw. But an excellent class of heavyweights. Let's congratulate them.
In our third class, first place in congratulations to Adeline Wood, representing Yukon FFA. In second place, Madison Shout, representing Piedmont FFA. Third place, Gage Lesperance, representing El Reno FFA. Fourth place, congratulations to Catherine Hunter, representing Mustang FFA. And fifth place, Cale Chambliss, representing Maple 4-H. We're now showing for champion and reserve. Our next division is Chester White. We have 2 classes with 3 entries. Please be getting ready, making your way to the makeup area sidelines. We're now showing for champion and reserve Berkshire.
Very competitive Berkshire drive as we bring these class winners back out here to pick our champion. And I think each one of them have got some positive attributes. And with that said, I guess to me there's one that you just keep coming back to in terms of one that's not only balanced, but then just packs so much muscle, so much power, and still yet handles it exceptionally good. Young lady wins that heavyweight class will be your champion.
Your champion comes out of Class 3, Adeline Wood, representing Yukon FFA.
Second place in that class comes in, as we talked to him earlier, one that's so good and attractive from the side. Love the height, the shoulder, the extension up through his front end. Didn't think he'd come at you quite as bold as that one that we use for champion. Still yet an awfully kind of a good individual that comes out here, gets right in the mix. And I mean, against him and another one out here, I love the center body in this one, the depth of body flanking him. He's got the right kind of condition over his rib. The second in that class will be your reserve champion.
Reserve champion comes out of Class 3, Madison Shout, representing Piedmont FFA. Bryson Cooper, third in the lineup for prelim lineup.
Which one? Gabby.
Jake Vogelmore is fourth in the lineup. Gage Lesperance is fifth in the lineup, and Gabby Nafa is sixth.
They just don't line them all up.
Presley Alsop, seventh in the prelim lineup.
Oh, okay.
We're now resetting the arena. We're ready for our first class of Chester White. There's one entry in Class 1, 2 entries in Class 2. Please be getting ready. Following our Chester White, we'll move right into Duroc. Duroc has 4 classes. Duroc has 3 in Class 1, 6 in Class 2, 3 in Class 3, and 1 in Class 4. We're now showing Class 1, Chester White with 1 entry.
Just one Chester bear here in our lightweight class, and yet a bear that's got a lot of quality and good to him in terms of one that's balanced from the side, extended up through his front end. He's still sound and mobile in his movement. Nice kind of a bear. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place comes out of Class 1, Hayden Cook, representing Piedmont FFA. We're now ready for Class 2, looking for 2 entries in our Chester White. If you have a Duroc, please be standing by on the sidelines. We'll be looking for you really soon.
Fun pair of Chesters here to line up in your heavyweight class. We're going to start with the young man's bear here coming to us. One that is just extremely good in terms of up through his front end. His head and neck comes out the top of his blade so good. Love the dimension in this guy as you get up on top and behind him. Where he excels the bear in too is when you study him in terms of his length of stride, particularly up through his shoulder and up through his front end. He's just more relaxed in the way his shoulder's made and laid in him. He takes a longer, more fluid kind of a stride. Not to take anything away from the young lady's bear we have here in second. This is a big-bodied kind of a bear that's got tons of muscle and tons of dope raw product in him. He's heavy bone, big-footed. He just gets a little more straight, a little more upright in his shoulder and up through his front end. Doesn't want to get out and just take quite as fluid of a stride as that bear that wins the class. Nice pair in this heavyweight class. We'll get ready to bring our lightweight to pick our champion in reserve.
Your result of the Class 2 first place, congratulations to Nicholas Armitage, representing Miller 4H. Second place, congratulations to Presley Bennett, Yukon FFA. We're now showing for champion and reserve Chester White. Following the selection of champion and reserve, we will move into our Duroc. Duroc, we have 4 classes, 3 entries in Class 1, weight class 210 to 216.
We went ahead and brought our first and second heavies with our lightweight bear out here to pick our champion in reserve, and I think there's a pair of hogs that come and mimic each other in terms of having that extra product and extra mass. And we talked back in class, one of them I felt was just a notch sounder in terms of the way he gets out and goes out of his front end, yet they're still the better pair as we get out here. That's your first and second place heavy. They'll be your champion in reserve.
Your champion, Chester White, comes out of Class 2, Nicholas Armitage, representing Miller 4H. Reserve, Presley Bennett, representing Yukon FFA, and third in the prelim sale lineup is Hayden Cook, representing Piedmont FFA. We're now ready for our first class of Duroc. There's 3 exhibitors in your first class. Class 2 has 6 entries. Please be checking in. Class 3 Duroc has 3 exhibitors. Class 4 has 1 entry. We're now ready to show Class 1 Duroc.
Good way to start out our Duroc show. The young man in the red checkered shirt is going to win this class, and I think the one that just kind of gets out here and combines some muscle shape and muscle dimension was still staying correct on his feet and legs in terms of his length of stride. Love the softening right through the middle part of his body, just a fraction, and yet with that, he's still the one that gets out and goes. Balance exceptionally good from the side. Young lady's dark red bear here is going to be second. One is tremendous in terms of width of chest and blade and forearm as he comes right to you. Lots of dimension as you get on top of him. He gets a little more pinched right there at his ham-loin junction. You get into this guy, I'd like to open him up in the center part of his rib, just a little more barrel kind of a rib cage in him. Very unique in terms of his head and neck, the way it comes out of the top of his blade. A lot of positive, lots of good within that barrel as well. Young lady's barrel we have here in 3, a very productive looking barrel when you talk about depth of body and flank. One you like the overall dimension in this guy. Maybe not quite as shapely right out of the back side of his blade. Gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck than maybe what you'd term ideal. Still yet a nice class here in our lightweight. Let's congratulate them.
They're out of Class 1, first place. Congratulations to Jackson Burns, representing Calumet FFA. In second place, Reagan Clark, representing Piedmont FFA. And in third place, Addison Owens, Mustang FFA. We're now ready for class number 2, looking for 6 entries in class number 2. Class number 3, please be standing by with 3 entries. Class number 4, 1 entry.
Good class, yet a challenging class, particularly up here on the top end, because the hogs that we're going to have in first and second couldn't be more polar opposites of one another in ways. I guess to me, as you step back and you kind of keep back to your fundamentals of where you want to line up and where you want to land, one that suits me best, the young lady here in the black sweater. Super balanced bearer from the side, one that gets out and handles his feet and legs exceptionally good in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. To me, he's more laid back in his shoulder up through his front end, takes a more fluid kind of a step up through his front end, and he's not maybe the one most powerful hog in class, yet he comes at you wide and true in terms of his blade down to his knee and down to his foot. One is presented exceptionally well in terms of the freshness and skin and hair. Nice kind of a bear here to win this class. 1 and 2 is going to be the young man here in the 4H jacket. This one is the power hog in class. He is the heavy bone, big footed kind of a bear. Like the overall dimension as you get up on top and behind him. You study him from the side, and the longer the drive wears on, he gets just a little more timid up through his front end. Gets a little straighter about his shoulder, just like to rock that back just a notch. If we could do that, just make him just a little more ease in terms of his movement up through his front end, makes that pair even closer. Nice pair up here in the top end of this class. The 1 and 3 is the young lady here in the white shirt. Very productive bear. I love the depth of body and flank in him. Good kind of muscle dimension in him. Not quite as crisp in terms of the shape he has right behind his blade as you get up on top of him. Maybe wants to get just a little throatier up through his front end than maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to extend his neck, clean him up in his throat lash just a fraction in order to move him up any higher. We come down here in 4, 5, and 6. Young lady on the far side is going to be 4. Very sound, mobile kind of a bear. Just kind of gets out muscled, if you will, from those hogs up ahead of him in class. He too's one that maybe you could see him just a notch taller at the point of his blade to make him just a little more ideal. Young man here in the yellow cap is going to be next. Big scaled, long-bodied kind of a bear. To me, he's sounder. He's more mobile than the one that we're going to have in 6. And yet with that, we'd like to just bust him open, give him more dimension all the way through, widen him out in terms of the amount of power that he has from behind. The young man's bear that we have there, down here in class, a tall shoulder, really long-bodied kind of a bear. Like some things about him in that regard. We just got to have a little more power, a little more shape in him, give him a more muscle dimension to move up. Nice class of reds here. Let's congratulate them.
Out of Class 2, first place, congratulations to Kelly Bradshaw, representing Piedmont FFA. In second place, congratulations to Cash Pivniska, representing Yukon 4H. Third place, congratulations to Presley Alsip, representing Piedmont FFA. And in fourth, Reagan Clark, representing Piedmont FFA. Fifth place, Hayden Cook, Piedmont FFA. And in sixth place, Zachary Johnson, representing El Reno FFA. We're now ready for class number 3, looking for 3 entries in class 3. Class 4 has 1 exhibitor. Please be standing by.
Just 3 here in our next class, and yet 3 very nice kind of a barrows. And with that said, there's one that kind of wins and wins easy. That's the young man on the far side. Very balanced kind of a barrow from the side. Sound, functional, and yet combines that extra muscle shape, extra muscle pop. Love the center and lower part of his ham and stifle as we get back behind him, and handles it exceptionally good for a red barrow. The 1 and 2s, the young man's barrow over here, a really stout skulled kind of a barrow. Like the bone and foot size, and just a feature of this guy. Awfully dense in terms of his overall look from the side. You get into this guy, he's got good kind of muscle dimension, good kind of power. Just like to change him up through his front end just a little bit. He gets a little rounder, a little crestier about his neck. Like to just drop some of that pole off of him if we could. Maybe just give him a little fresher kind of a look up through his face in order to move up any higher. The barrow we have in 3, another barrow that you like, his depth of body and flank, the productive look that he has, and yet he gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck, gets a little throatier than maybe what you'd term ideal. Love to trim him up through the lower part of that neckline, just kind of give him a little more present kind of a look up through his front end. Nice class of Durocs here. Let's congratulate them.
Results of class number 3, first place. Congratulations to Davis Morris representing Yukon FFA. In second place, Hudson Lockler, El Reno FFA. And in third place, Addison Adams representing Mustang FFA. We're now ready for class number 4 with a single entry in class 4. Please be having your first and second place Durocs ready for champion and reserve. Following champion and reserve, we'll move into the Hampshire division. Hampshire has 28 total entries in 5 classes. Class 1 has 4 entries. Class 2 has 6 entries. Please be getting your animals ready.
Just a single entry here in this last class of reds, and yet one that can stand a lot of competition. Another barrow that you talk about, just a freshness and shape and overall dimension as you get up on top and behind him. Comes after you good through the base of his chest floor, sound and mobile in his movement. It'd be fun to get him out here with our class winners. Let's congratulate him.
Class winner out of Class 4 is Wyatt Dodd, representing Mustang 4H. We're now showing for champion and reserve Duroc.
Been a lot of fun to work through this red show with 4 classes, and we bring these class winners back out here. It's an awfully nice kind of a set, and yet I think there's a pair of them that it gets somewhat close between, and yet with that, to me, there's just simply more of one. I don't care if you're talking about his bone column, you're talking about just dimension as you get up on top and behind him. Super fresh, super flexible in terms of the way he gets out and goes. That one that wins our last class will be your champion. Since that was our only individual in that class, another one that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard, hit me extremely good as he come through class. Stoutness in terms of skull and is awfully good. Good kind of overall dimension in him. As I said, as he comes right at you, I may not just have quite the overall width as that one, not quite as stout in terms of his bone column off of his hind leg, but an awfully intriguing individual. Young man here in the red plaid shirt will have your reserve.
Champion comes out of class number 4, Wyatt Dodd. Reserve champion, Davis Morris, out of class 3. Kelly Bradshaw is 3rd in the prelim draw.
Out of class 2 is 4.
4th in the draw, Cash Pivniska from class 2. That little boy down there who's... Hudson Locklear out of class 3, draw 5. Jackson Burns out of class 1, draw 6. Reagan Clark out of class 2, draw 7. Presley Allsip was draw 7, draw 8, Addison Adams, draw 9, Hayden Cook. We're going to reset the arena, be ready for our Hampshire division. We have 28 entries in Hampshire. There's 4 entries in class number 1, weight class of 210 to 222. In class number 2, we have 6 entries. Weight class of 231 to 238, 6 entries in class 2. For the Hampshire classes, this is an announcement for all of our exhibitors. We're going to line up all the Hampshires for pre-sale lineup. So as you leave your class, please stay in the holding area following your class. We're going to line up all Hampshires following the classes this morning in the Hampshire division. We're now ready to get started with class number 1. We have 4 entries in class number 1. Again, all Hampshire exhibitors following your class, please hang tight in the holding pen for prelim draw.
Well, as we get into our lightweight Hampshire class, a very good class in terms of all 4 individuals, and yet I think there's a couple of them that kind of move their cell phone up to the forefront. The young man on the far side is going to start our class. This is the one that probably brings the most when you talk about just overall width and power as you study him as he comes right to you. Keeps that advantage in terms of the squareness down his top line, the dimension as you get back behind him. He's opened up more right in the center part of his rib. He's opened up in his chest floor just a notch better than what the barrel that we're going to have that's laying in 2, which is a young man on the far side. Very attractive barrel when you talk about height at the point of his shoulder, his extension up through his front end. Love the silhouette of this guy from the side. You get into this guy and he gets just a little flatter through the center part of his rib than maybe what you'd term ideal. Comes at you just a notch narrower through the base of his chest floor, and yet his squareness, his power, his stoutness of bone, his stoutness of foot is what gets him over the young lady's barrel down here on the far right to be 3rd here today. This is a very attractive barrel. You take this guy from his underline up. I like a lot of things about him in terms of having an elite kind of a look up through his front end, his head and neck, comes right out of the top of his blade, really fresh and shapely in terms of his back shape, yet down at the ground. I just got to stouten this guy in terms of his bone and in terms of his foot size, stouten him about his jaw as well. He gets just a little more refined there than what you'd term ideal. Give him just a shot more power behind, but one that's very fresh, very well presented to be landed there in 3rd. Young lady's barrel we have here in 4, another one that's sound and functional in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. We just simply need a little more muscle shape, a little more power in that guy in order to move up. Nice class of lightweight Hampshires. Let's congratulate them.
Your results out of class number 1, first place. Congratulations to Carson Cooper, representing Calumet FFA. In second place, congratulations to Corbin Schoaf, representing Yukon FFA. Third place, Presley Steely, representing Calumet FFA. And in fourth place, Catherine Hunter, Mustang FFA. We're now showing class number 2 with 6 entries. 6 entries in class number 2. Class 3, please be making your way up to the holding pen. There's 8 entries in class 3. Class number 4 has 5. Class number 5 has 5. We're now showing class number 2 of Hampshire with 6 entries.
Well, it's not because this is the more number that we've had in class, but this is probably one of the deeper classes and better classes that we've had as far as just quality standpoint all the way down through the lineup here. Very nice class to work through, and I'll be the first one to tell you, they don't all look alike. There's no doubt, and you kind of got to pick and choose where you want to land and where you want to put your priorities. We're going to start with the young lady's white-legged mare that's going towards the corner. This thing is just flat massive. When you talk about shape, power, dimension, you get up on top of him. He opens up through the center part of his body exceptionally well. Great big barrel, kind of a rib cage. Lots of power in that guy, and still yet handles it exceptionally good. I'd love to lengthen his neck. I'd love to extend him just a little up through his front end, but that's being awfully critical of a very, very nice kind of a Hampshire mare here to win this class. Young lady's off-belted mare is going to be second here, and I think that's the one that pushes that class winner exceptionally hard because he is a little more extended up through his front end, floats and goes extremely good in terms of his feet and legs placement. Love the silhouette of that guy from the side, you get up on top of him, and I don't know if he's opened up quite as good in terms of the center part of his rib as that bear that wins the class, and yet his length of hip, the way he gets out and goes in terms of his length of stride, is what gets him over the bear that we're going to have in third, which is the other narrow-belted bear over here against the fence. Another one that's presented extremely good. Love the freshness and shape in the top part of that one. Love the overall dimension as you get back behind him. You study this guy on the move, and on the go, he gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, kind of wants to tuck and dive his hind leg just a little more than ideal. Would love to just lengthen his stride, allow that hock to get kicked out behind him just a notch better in order to move him up any higher today. We come down here in 4, 5, and 6. Young lady over to my left is going to be fourth here. Another very well-balanced bear, super attractive from the side. We just got to have a little more meat and muscle, and now what, widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, give him more dimension in order to move up any higher today. Young man here in the plaid shirt is going to be next. Stout, muscular kind of a bear. Gets a little rounder on both ends of his skeleton, a little shorter, a little tighter up through his front end than what you'd like to see. Gets shorter and rounder out of his hip as well, like to lengthen him on either end in order to move up. And the young lady's bear we have here in 6, another really sound structured kind of a bear, heavy bone, big-footed kind of an individual. Just need to open him up in the center part of his body, freshen him up in terms of the shape and expression to move up any higher. Excellent class of Hampshires here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results in class number 2, first place. Congratulations to Lily Show, representing Yukon FFA. In second place, Arrington Carson, Yukon FFA. Third place, congratulations to Landon Barton, representing Union City FFA. Fourth place, congratulations to Kaylee Putnam, Mustang FFA. Fifth place, Parker Mills, Yukon 4-H. And sixth place, Reagan Clark, Piedmont FFA. We're now ready for class number 3. We have 8 exhibitors, 8 entries in class number 3. Class 4 has 5 entries. Please be making your way to the holding pen. Class 5 in Hampshire also has 5 entries. Be standing by.
I don't know, I mean, I just think.
fun class of Hampshires here to work through, is particularly as you get up here in this top trio. And I think each one of them got some things and some attributes where you have to be very impressed with, and yet the one that puts it all together is the one that I think just does so, and does so quite easily. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrel. Love the stoutness of skull in this guy. You get up on top of him, the shape and power right out of the backside of his blade, awfully good. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him, and without a doubt, he's the one that's just the most comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. Nice bear here to win the class. Young lady's bear that we have in second, I think, is the one that most nearly follows him in terms of just having that extra spread, extra dimension right out of the backside of his blade. Love the overall center body in this guy, the depth of body, the flank in him. You want to get critical of him. Maybe you get down to his feet, particularly off of his hind foot. He gets a little shorter on the inside part of his toe, causes him to roach his pastern just a little more than ideal. We could just relax him there, maybe in comparison with that bear that wins the class, take his stride just a notch longer, makes that pair a little bit closer. Underlined up, I like this 1 in 3, exceptionally good. Extended up through his front end, another big back, stout made kind of a barrel. You get on top of this guy and you love the squareness, love the shape. Off to the side, the top trio, he gets the tightest, the most restricted out of his hip. He doesn't want to get out, plant, drive, and go off of his hind two quite as comfortably as those hogs up ahead of him in class, as he drives right at you, just like to widen him out at his knee as well in order to move him up any higher. Very productive bear that we have here in 4, center body, and this guy is so very good. Love the flesh that he has over his rib cage. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear. They've done a lot of work on terms of his skin and hair. They're going to be committed about that. He gets a little crestier up through his neck and up through his front end than maybe what you'd term ideal. You get to studying him as well. Like to change how his hind foot goes down to the surface. He's another one that maybe wants to get just a little shorter, particularly on that left back, on the inside part of his toe. Like to square him there, make him just a notch more comfortable. Very muscular bear that comes out next. Love the overall dimension in this guy. He's another one that gets just a little shorter about his neck, a little throatier than maybe what you'd term ideal. Gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip. Doesn't take quite as long and quite as fluid kind of a stride off of his hind two. Excellent class here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in class number 3. First place, congratulations to Nicholas Armitage, representing Miller 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Mackenzie Armitage, representing Miller 4-H. Third place, congratulations to Frankie Joe Bradshaw, representing Piedmont FFA. Fourth place, congratulations, Hudson Lockler, El Reno FFA. In fifth, Hudson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Sixth place, Grady Lesprance, representing El Reno FFA. Seventh place, Shane Adams, Mustang FFA. And eighth place, Rowdy Reimers, Yukon FFA. We're now showing class number 4 with 5 entries. Class 5, you also have 5 entries. Please be standing by in the holding pen. Now showing class 4 Hampshires.
5 here in our next class of Hampshires, and I think a pair of hogs that kind of moved themselves on up to the forefront. We're going to start with the young man's white belted Barrow here. Another one that you like in terms of just having that center body openness to his rib. Good kind of dimension there. Good kind of power as you get up on top and behind him. You know, maybe you'd like to just strengthen his front foot just a little. He wants to get down just a little bit further, and yet it doesn't really hinder him too bad in terms of his length of stride on either end. The young man's Barrow over here is going to be second. A really heavy bone, big-footed kind of a Barrow. Tall and extended up there, tall shouldered, really extended up through his front end. Kind of gives you that run uphill kind of a look, and you like that about it. You get into this guy, and he's just a little flatter through the middle part of his body than maybe what you'd term ideal. Just like to open him there, give him maybe just a shot more as you get back behind him. Awfully good kind of a Barrow to be landing there in second. Young lady in the black top's going to be third here today. Another really fresh appearing kind of a Barrow, one that's presented exceptionally good in terms of his skin and hair. You get into this guy, and he's not quite as stout in terms of his bone, foot size, like the stoutness feature in this one, and he's another one that you just like to just open him up in his rib design, open him up in his rib cage in order to move up any higher today. Young lady in the green top's going to be next. Very productive Barrow, huge kind of overall just body dimension in this guy, big foot, and like that about him exceptionally well. Maybe one that's not quite as elite looking up through his front end, like to make him a notch taller at the point of his blade, extend him up through his neck just a notch higher than what it is, but it's still a muscular Barrow, one that's got power, and that's what it gets him over the Barrow that we're going to have down here in 5. Tall shouldered, really extended kind of an individual, maybe one you just like to see more muscle power all the way through. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Your results in class number 4, first place. Congratulations to Sutton Strika, representing Miller 4-H. Second place, Brogan Lancaster, El Reno, FFA. Third place, Aspen Burns, Calumet, FFA. Fourth place, Lydia Fees, El Reno, FFA. And fifth place, Kason Johnson, El Reno, FFA. We're now showing our final class of Hampshire's, class number 5, looking for 5 entries. Reminder, all Hampshire entries, please be standing by off to the side behind the holding pen for our reserve and champion draw.
We get out here in our heavyweight class of Hampshires, and I think a good class all the way through, and yet maybe some things that you kind of separate them apart and sort them. The young lady in the black top's going to win our class here, one that you really like in terms of that elite look up through his front end, in terms of the way his head and neck comes right out the top of his shoulder. Really good in terms of the shape and power as you get up on top of it. You know, ideally, I'd love to just lay his shoulder back in him just a fraction, make him just have just a notch more comfort right up through his front end. He kind of wants to roll and put just a little more pressure on his outside toe. Yet within this class, he's the fresh-bodied one. He's still the one that's got shape up high, got a really good look from the side. Nice kind of a bear here to win the class. Young lady here in the plaid top's going to be second, the one that most nearly follows him in terms of one that's really fresh in the center part of his body, still has good kind of muscle dimension. He's tall shoulders, he's extended up through his front end. He's not as wide, not as powerful as he comes right at you as that bear that wins the class, and that's where we'd like to just open him there, open him up just a fraction in the center part of his rib. Young lady with the white belted bear is going to be 3 here today. Here's the stout muscular bear within the drive. Tremendous power right down the backside of this guy's blade. Lots of dimension as you get back behind him. Longer the drive wears on. He wants to tie up just a little more in terms of his feet and legs. Gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder. Doesn't get out and handle his hind leg quite as comfortably as maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to just lengthen the stride on either end of his skeleton in order to move him up any higher. White belted bear is going to be 4th in this class. Another really extended kind of an individual. Likes some shape, likes some power in him. Gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body than what you'd term ideal. Made a little drier right over his rib cage. Like to soften him there, drop a little more flank in him in order to move up any higher. And the young lady's bear that comes next, another one that's just super stout in terms of his skull, his jaw, good kind of just overall dimension in this guy. Not quite as stout in his bone and foot size and feature. Like to just stouten him there, give him more overall structure, if you will, in order to move up. Excellent class of heavy Hampshires. Let's congratulate them.
Your results of the Class 5. First place, congratulations to Presley Bennett out of Yukon FFA. Second place, Megan McCullough, Maple 4-H. Third place, Josie Fulton, El Reno FFA. Fourth place, Hollis Gore, El Reno FFA. And fifth place, Addison Goodman, Miller 4-H. We're now showing for champion and reserve.
good set of class winners. We bring them back here to pick our champion, and you know, you can sit back and you make a little bit of a case for each one of them as far as where they excel, where you got to change them in each one in one little regard or another. And so I think it gets awfully tough out here, and yet with that, I think there's maybe a pair of them that it gets a notch closer between, and that's when you start putting in kind of your personal preference and where you want to land on, what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with. And with that said, I guess to me, I've always stuck with my guns as far as saying which one's balanced, which one's shapely, which one's fresh, which one's soundest and most mobile in his movement, what it suits me best. This bear right here will be your champion.
Thanks, sir.
Out of Class 3, your champion is Nicholas Armitage, representing Miller 4H.
That was a very good class, and we bring that second place bear out, and again, gets right into the mix. One that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. I just absolutely love this guy in the center part of his body, the dimension that he has up high. As we talk back in class, it doesn't hinder him too bad, and yet at the same time, I'd really love to raise him up on his front foot. Young man's white belted bear who'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion, Sutton Striker, out of Class 4.
Out of Class 5.
Presley Bennett, out of Class 5, is draw 3 in the pre.
That made me think of your steer. Lily Show, Class 2.
Lily Schoaf, out of Class 2, is draw 4. Draw 5 comes out of Class 3, Mackenzie Armitage. Draw 6 comes out of Class 2, Arrington Carson. Out of Class 3, draw 7 is Frankie Joe Bradshaw. Draw 8 comes out of Class 4, Brogan Lancaster. Out of Class 2, Landon Barton is draw 9. Carson Cooper, out of Class 1, is draw 10. Hudson Walkler, out of Class 3, is draw 11.
Megan McCullough out of Class 5 is 12.
Megan McCullough out of Class 5 is draw 12.
Hudson Cooper out of
Hudson Cooper out of
Class 3.
Class 3 is draw 13.
Rosie Felton out of Class 5 is 14.
Josie Felton out of Class 5 is draw 14.
Aspen Burns out of Class 4 is 15.
Aspen Burns out of Class 4 is draw 15.
That's it? Number 16 is out of Class 2. Oh, who said no?
Who do I want?
That was Haley Putnam out of Class 2.
Kaylee Putnam out of Class 2 is draw 16.
Okay. I thought so, but the boss upstairs is yelling at me. Hollis Gore out of Class 5.
Hollis Gore out of Class 5 is draw 17.
Lady Lesper out of Class 3 is 18.
Class 3, Grady Lesprince, draw 18.
Parker Mills out of Class 2.
128.
Parker Mills out of Class 2 is number 19.
Parker Mills out of Class 2 is draw 19.
Where's his name?
Well, it was on the next
Okay.
page, and he was the only one from the Class 1. This is Corbin Show out of Class 1 is number 20.
Draw 20 comes out of Class 1, Corbin Schoaf.
Presley Stilley out of Class 1 is 21.
Draw 21 is Presley Steely
Class 1.
out of Class 1.
He's forgetting something.
22, Olivia Fee out of Class 4.
Class 4, draw 22 is Livia Fees.
Addison Goodman out of Class 5
Class 5, Addison Goodman
is 23.
is draw 23.
Class 4 is Payson Johnson, number 24.
Kaysen Johnson out of Class 4 is draw 24. Reagan Clark out of Class 2, draw 25.
Shane Adams out of Class 3 is draw 26.
Out of Class 3, draw 27, Rowdy Reimers.
Draw 28, Catherine Hunter out of Class 1.
Out of Class 1, Catherine Hunter is draw 28.
I know.
Once we reset the arena, we'll be ready for our Herefords. We have 2 entries in 1 class. 2 entries in 1 class in our Herefords. Once we get the arena set, we are ready for you. Following Herefords, we will have 4 classes of Poland China. Poland China has 7 total entries, 1 in Class 1, 2 in Class 2, 2 in Class 3, 2 in Class 4.
A little more of a challenging class of Polands here to line up because I think you'd kind of like to take pieces and parts of each one of them and put them together. We're going to start with the young lady here closest to me. A very, very well balanced bear from the side. Height at the point of his shoulder is awfully good, extended up through his front end. Really, really fresh in terms of his appearance and the shape and expression down his top line. I'd love to stouten him up just a fraction in terms of his bone and foot size, and yet maybe that's where the one in second is so good. But this is the sound, functional kind of a barrel. Like the depth of body, like the flanking him, exceptionally good. Heavy bone, big footed kind of a barrel we have in second, extremely good in terms of the width that he comes right to you. Blade and forearm, lots of power as you get back behind him. He gets a little easier in his top line, a little more pinched right there at his ham-loin junction, causes him to not get out and go quite as comfortably off of his hind two. Just like to maybe give him just a little more stability in terms of the way he handles from his hock down to his foot. Nice class here in class, or nice pair of hogs in class 2. Let's congratulate those 2 young ladies.
Your results out of class number 2, first place. Congratulations to Frankie Joe Bradshaw, representing Piedmont FFA. In second place, Presley Steely, representing Calumet FFA. We now have 2 entries in class number 3. 2 entries in class number 3 are now in the arena. We are waiting for 2 entries in class 4. Make your way to the holding pen at this time.
Another good class of Polands here to work through. The young man's bear here closest to me is going to win this class, and I think he's the one that just kind of excels. And you talk about one that's balanced and sound and yet still has plenty of shape, plenty of power. He actually has more dimension, particularly right through the center, lower part of his ham and stifle than the bear that we have in 2. Bear in 2, love the softness of the middle part of his body, the depth that he has to his flank, maybe just a notch heavier bone and a little bigger footed, yet at the same time he doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably out of his hip and hind leg, doesn't have quite the flare and dimension through the center, lower part of his ham and stifle. Nice pair here in class 3. Let's congratulate them.
Well, the Class 3, first place, congratulations to Bryson Cooper, representing Maple 4-H. Second place, Presley Alsip, representing Piedmont FFA. We're now ready and showing class number 4 of our poll in China. Following this class, we will show for champion and reserve. Following champion and reserve, we have 2 entries in spot. If you have a spot, please make your way towards the sidelines. Following spot, we have 7 total entries in Yorkshire. Be standing by, keep your ears open.
A little more of a challenging class here in our heavyweight Poland class, and yet the young man's Barrow that comes across the center is going to win the class, and I think does so just from being a fundamentally sound kind of a Barrow. Handles his length of stride exceptionally good, extended up through his front end. He's just much more comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes across the ring than the Barrow we're going to have in 2. Barrow in 2, a soft-centered kind of a Barrow, probably has just a little more dimension at the top part of his hip, and yet gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hip and hind leg, like the flex him out of his hock differently, hinge him out of his hip just a hair differently. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results are the class number 4. Congratulations. In first place, Caleb Cope, representing Mustang FFA, and in second place, Natalie Dick, also representing Mustang FFA. At the direction of your gate help, we're now ready for our champion and reserve selection.
We'll bring our class winners back out here to pick our champion and reserve Poland, and I think there's definitely a pair of them that kind of move themselves on up, and I think within the pair you can kind of lean on one direction or the other. Both of them are hogs that you like from a balance standpoint. Both of them are hogs I'd love to stout them just a little bit in terms of their bone and foot. Within the pair, though, I think there's one that just reads with more shape, more dimension as you get up on top of him, has more width as you get to the top part of his hip, carries it down just a notch further. That's a young man's Barrow in the corner. He's going to be your champion.
Your champion comes out of the Class 3, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H.
One that pushed our champion exceptionally hard is so good from the side when you talk about balance and sound and functional. As I talked to him back in class, I'd like to stouten him just a little in terms of his bone. He just got a little out horse, particularly down the lower part of his ham and stifle. Young lady over to my right will have your reserve.
Your reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Frankie Joe Bradshaw, representing Piedmont FFA. Presley Steely, draw 3. Presley Allsip, draw 4. Draw 5, Jackson Allsip, Class 1. Draw 6 comes out of class number 4, Caleb Cope. Draw 7, Natalie Dick. Congratulations to all of our Poland China exhibitors. We'll reset the arena, be ready for 2 entries in our spot division. 2 entries in 2 classes. This is your second call for Yorkshire. There are 7 entries. Please be having all of those entries, making your way to the sidelines, ready to enter the makeup pen. 1 in Class 1 Yorkshire, 4 in Class 2, 1 2 in Class 3, my apologies. 1 in Class 1, 4 in Class 2, 2 in Class 3. Have all your Yorkshires be on the sidelines. We're now showing your spot, Class 1 and Class 2.
Just a pair of spots here in our spot show, and we'll talk about each one of them individually. The young lady that wins Class 1 has got a barrow that you like in terms of having some depth of body and flank in him. Good kind of a barrow, being sound and mobile in his movement. Maybe you'd like to give him just a notch more muscle shape all the way through, give him a little more dimension as you get up on top and behind him. Young man that wins Class 2, or our second class here, here's the one that you like in terms of being attractive up through his front end, really crisp and shapely down his top line, lots of dimension. He's heavy bone, big-footed. You know, maybe he wants to get just a little tangled out of his hind leg, and yet he's the one that comes with so much product, so much mass. So as we get ready to pick our champion in reserve, the one that suits me, just for that extra added product, that extra overall value in terms of muscle dimension, young man out of Class 2 will have your champion. Young lady out of Class 1 will have your reserve.
Congratulations to both of our exhibitors, both class winners in their own class. Your champion in the spot is Cash Pivniska, representing Yukon 4-H. Reserve champion, Cadence Keller, Mustang FFA. We're now ready for Yorkshire. We have 3 classes, 7 total entries. Class 1 has 1 entry. Class 2 has 4 entries. Class 3 has 2 entries. Have all your Yorkshires in the holding pen at this time. We're now ready to show class number 1. Light Cross. This is your first call for Light Cross. There's 17 total entries. Make your way to the sidelines. We'll be calling for you momentarily.
Single entry here in our lightweight class of Yorkshires, and yet the young lady's got a really good balance, kind of a barrow that's sound in terms of his length of stride on either end. Good kind of his pattern in this barrow. Maybe you give him just a shot more muscle dimension, but at the same time, he's sound, functional, gets out and goes exceptionally well. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your results are the Class 1 first place. Congratulations to Nikki Parks, Union City FFA. We're now ready for class number 2, looking for 4 exhibitors. Slight schedule adjustment. Immediately following the Yorkshire Champion and Reserve Champion selection, we will take a 10-minute break before we start the light cross division. A brief 10-minute break will commence before we start with Class 1 and light cross. Right now, we're showing Class number 2 for exhibitors. For exhibitors in our Yorkshire Class 2.
We get here in our second class of Yorkshires, and I think there's a pair of hogs that kind of move themselves to the top and yet don't look anything alike, just to be honest with you. One that suits me a notch better, the young man in the plaid shirt over here, stout, muscular kind of a barrow, opens up behind his blade exceptionally well. Lots of shape, lots of power in this guy. I'd love to soften him right through the middle part of his body, drop a little more flank in him, and yet in comparison, the one we're going to have in 2, he comes at you wider and bolder through his chest floor, bigger blade, bigger forearm. He's square from his blade knee to foot as he comes to you, and keeps that same advantage as he goes away from you as well. Young man's got a highly presented barrel on the far side that's going to be second. Love this guy not only in terms of presentation and skin and hair, awfully good in terms of the center body depth and flank. He too's one that's really square as you get up on top of him. Maybe you'd like to change him right up through his front end. He wants to curve in his knee, like to square him from his blade down to his foot as he comes to you. Like to change how he is and lengthen him out of his hip as you get off to the side of him. 2 very nice barrows up here in the top end of this class. Young lady's going to be third here today. A very practical kind of a barrow. One that's got a good kind of balance from the side. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder. He doesn't take as long and fluid kind of a stride. And in comparison with them 2 hogs up ahead of him in class, you get back behind him, he just doesn't have quite the dimension in terms of overall muscle, in terms of width at his hip, power down through that lower part of his ham as those 2 hogs up ahead of him in class. Stout, muscular barrow that comes down here in 4. Tremendous back shape in this one. Lots of dimension. We just got to lengthen his stride on either end of his skeleton. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright. Doesn't want to flex out of his hind foot quite as good. Doesn't want to flex out of his hot quite as comfortably. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Your results in class number 2, first place, congratulations to Carson Cooper, Calumet, FFA. In second place, congratulations, Wyatt Dodd, Mustang 4H. Third place, congratulations, Clara Whitman, Maple 4H. Fourth place, Grady Lesperance, El Reno, FFA. We're now ready for 2 entries in class number 3. 2 entries in class number 3.
We get out here in our heavyweight class and a nice pair of barrows to work through. We're going to start with the young man in the red shirt here. A heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow. Sound and functional. He's got body depth and flank, the right kind of condition. He comes actually extremely wide and bold up through his chest floor. Good kind of shape, good kind of power. You know, maybe he's not the thickest handed hog in the world, and yet at the same time, he's still got plenty of power, plenty of dimension. The 1 and 2, I really like this one in terms of being extended up through his front end, exceptionally good. Gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body than maybe what you'd term ideal. Gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip, as well as getting just a little softer, more soft down on his front foot and faster. Like to strengthen him there, lengthen him out of his hip. Nice pair of hogs up here in our heavyweight class of Yorkshires.
Your results are the Class 3 first place. Congratulations to Davis Morris, Yukon FFA. Second place, Court Shelton, Union City FFA. We're now ready to show for champion and reserve. Once again, a schedule announcement. Following the selection of champion reserve and the pre-sale selection, we will take a 10-minute break before our first light cross class. 10-minute break immediately following this champion and reserve selection.
Good set of class winners. We bring them back to pick our champion, and I know they don't really look a whole lot alike, and I'm okay with that, but I guess to me there's a couple things that you could maybe tweak about each one of them, and yet there's areas where they definitely excel the other contemporaries that we have out here. The one that suits me just a notch better in terms of just being one that has the right kind of condition, the right kind of body depth, it's heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrel. That's the young man that wins that last class. He'll have your champion.
Congratulations to your champion out of Class 3, Davis Morris, representing Yukon FFA.
One that pushed that champion exceptionally hard is one, as we talked in class, tremendous shape, tremendous power. I called him a little more tubular through the middle part of his body than maybe what I really prefer, but all kinds of shape and power, and still gets out and handles it relatively well. Young man over here in the corner will have your reserve.
Reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Carson Cooper, Calumet FFA. Draw 3, Wyatt Dodd. Draw 4, Court Shelton.
Yeah.
Clara Whitman, draw 5. Nikki Parks, draw 6. Grady Lesprance, draw 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for about 10 minutes here. We'll be back at 2:10. 2:10. We'll be back to start with our light cross. 17 entries in our light cross. We have 2 entries in Class 1, 4 entries in Class 2, 4 entries in Class 3, 2 entries in Class 4, 3 entries in Class 5, 2 entries in Class 6. Begin your light cross ready. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. We're just about ready to get started back with our light cross. We have 2 entries in class number 1. Be making your way towards the makeup pin. Get checked in. 2 entries in class 1, 4 entries in class 2, 4 entries in class 3. We're ready to get started back with light cross. Looking for 2 entries in class number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now have class number 1 in the arena of our light cross. Class 2, be checking in. 4 entries in class 2. Class 3, you might as well do the same thing. 4 entries in class 3. Be checking in. Now showing class 1, light cross.
Good pair of barrows here in our class 1 or the light cross division as we get back started and get back going. Young man here in the green shirt's going to win this class. A heavy bone, big footed kind of a barrow, just a little more athletic in terms of the way he gets out and goes, in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. Like the shape, like the muscle dimension to him. Nice barrow here to win this class. The 1 and 2, I'd really like the crispness and shape in the upper part of that one's top line. He gets a little more rigid out of his hind leg than maybe what you'd term ideal. Gets a little more pinched right there at his ham-loin junction, like to fill him in, square him in that regard. Nice pair of hogs in class 1. Let's give these 2 young men a round of applause.
Results of class number 1, congratulations to Rance Nitzel, representing Calumet FFA. Our second place winner is Aiden Johnson, Mustang 4H. We're ready now for class number 2, looking for 4 entries in class number 2, weight class 222 to 229. Class 3, weight class 236 to 239, please be checking in. Class 4, 2 exhibitors. Class 5, 3 entries. Be standing by.
Nice set of bearers here in our second class, and a pair of hogs that I guess kind of moved their self on up to the top end of the class, if you will, within the pair. The young lady here coming closest to me is going to win this class. Once again, one that's just a little more comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. Love the shape, love the dimension as you get up on top of him. Good kind of thickness. He's wide and bold up through his chest floor. Nice kind of a bear here to win the class. Young lady here coming next is going to be second. Another one is just packed plumb full of muscle. Love the power, love the dimension in that guy. Maybe not quite as good and quite as comfortable out of his hip and out of his hind leg. Doesn't get out and float and take quite as lengthy kind of a stride off of his hind two is what you'd like. But love the shape, love the power, love the dimension in that guy that we have laying here in second. Young lady here behind me is going to be third, and another very practical kind of a bear that's balanced from the side, extended up through his front end, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear. You get up on top of him, and he gets a little more A-frame right there at the top of his blade. Doesn't have quite the overall dimension of muscle down his top line as those two hogs up ahead of him in class, and yet like that hog is really good in terms of his eye appeal, his balance from the side. Young lady's bear that we have down here in 4, a really thick, muscular kind of a bear, gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body. Like to drop him down in his heart, drop him in his flank, just give him a softer look from the side. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results out of class number 2, first place. Congratulations to Clara Whitman, Maple 4H. In second place, Nikki Parks, Union City, FFA. Third place, Danny Kilman, Union City, FFA. And fourth place, congratulations to Addison Owens, Mustang, FFA. We're now showing 4 entries in class number 3. Class number 4 has 2 entries. Class number 5 has 3. Class number 6 has 2. Please be making your way towards the sidelines. Be checking in. Now showing class 3.
Definitely one of the deeper classes that we've worked through, particularly in this White Cross division thus far. And a really nice couple of hogs up here in the top end. We're going to start with the young lady's dark blue hog here to win this class. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear. One that's extremely tall at the point of his blade, extended up through his front end. Good kind of shape as you get up on top of him. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. You know, maybe he doesn't have quite the flare at the top part of his hip as that bear that we're going to talk about is going to be in second, and yet he still carries it down exceptionally exceptionally well. You study him in the lower part of his ham, and particularly his stifle, he's got an advantage there than the bear we're going to have in 2, which is the young lady here in the black sweater. This one is presented extremely good when you talk about skin, hair, freshness to the center part of his body, big blade, big forearm in this guy as he comes right to you. You get up on top of him, and he's not quite as descript in terms of his shape right out of the backside of his blade. He doesn't have quite the dimension as you get down the lower part of him as he goes away, but still yet one that's very productive in his look, got a lot of pieces and a lot of parts, a lot of quality to him. Young man on the far side is going to be 3rd here today. Really a productive bear in the center body depth that he has, depth of flank, lots of muscle, lots of power in him. Gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip, allows him to pull his hind leg up underneath him just a little more than ideal. Like to change him in that regard. Maybe you'd like to just get him out and go just a hair more comfortable up through his front shoulder and up through his front end. Young lady's got another well-presented bear that comes in 4th in this class, and yet one that's awfully good in terms of having some stoutness of skull, bone, and foot. Gets a little more awkward out of his hind foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Kind of wants to push his hock a little more outside of his body wall. Like to bring him in there, lengthen his stride. Nice class of blues here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results are the class number 3, first place. Congratulations to Arrington Carson, Yukon FFA. Second place, congratulations, Adeline Wood, Yukon FFA. Third, Hudson Cooper, Maple 4-H. And fourth place, congratulations, Aspen Burns, Calumet FFA. We're now showing class number 4, 2 entries in class 4. Class number 5 has 3 entries. Class 5 is standing by. Class 6, 2 entries. Be on the sidelines. We're waiting for you. Now showing class number 4.
Just 2 here in this class, and yet both barrows are a pair of barrows that's got plenty of muscle and plenty of shape and power. I guess within the pair, there's one that's just a little more manly, if you will, in terms of being stouter about his skull, stouter about his bone and his foot size, just a little more rugged in terms of the way he's built. We're going to start with the young man over here in the plaid shirt. Really good in terms of having that extra bone and foot size and just feature up through his skull and up through his jaw. Love the dimension as you get on top and behind this guy. Still handles it relatively good in terms of his length of stride. Underline up, you like a lot of things about the 1 and 2. Really good in terms of the condition over his rib. Really open to the center part of his rib. Exceptionally good. At the same time, you get down at the ground. You just got to stouten that guy in terms of his bone and foot, particularly to match that mass and power that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. Nice pair of blues here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results are the class number 4, first place. Congratulations to Gage Lesprince, El Reno FFA. Second place, Aiden Gore, El Reno FFA. We have 3 entries in class number 5. Those entries should be entering the arena at this time. If you have 2 exhibitors in class 6, be on the sidelines. You are next.
We get into this next class of blues. The young man's blue necked hog over here is going to win this class and does so quite easily. This one you can talk a lot of things about. Balance, muscle, shape. Nice hog there to win this class. The 1 and 2 is the one on the far side. That's a heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow. Elevated at the point of his shoulder, exceptionally good. In comparison, he doesn't get out and handle his hip and hind leg quite as comfortably as that one that wins the class. He's not opened up right through the center part of his rib quite as good as the barrow that wins the class as well. Young lady in 3, tall shoulder, long-bodied kind of a barrow, really extended up through his head and neck, like that about him. Of the trio, to me, he's the shortest stepping off of his hind 2, maybe not quite as even in terms of his toe placement or the way his toe sides are. Like to open him as well, right in the center part of his rib, just put a little more barrel kind of a cage in him. Fun class to work through. Let's congratulate those.
Your results out of class number 5, first place, congratulations to Sutton Stryka, Miller 4H. Second place, Mason Shout, Piedmont FFA, and third place, Riley Harland, Mustang 4H. We're looking for 2 entries in class number 6. Following this class, we will have our champion and reserve pre-sale lineup order. This will be first call for all of your light cross classes. We'll come back in for pre-sale lineup. Light cross classes, please make your way back into the makeup pin for champion and reserve.
Two barrows out here in our heavy class of this light division, and the young man here in the middle is going to win this class. One is, I think, just a notch fresher through the center part of his body, like this guy in terms of the condition over his rib, the depth that he has to his flank. Comes at you good through the base of his chest floor and the width that he has. Good kind of still yet hanging with the muscle and shape as you get up on top and behind him. Nice kind of a barrow here to win this class. The 1 and 2, really like this guy in terms of being an elevated kind of a barrow, tall and extended in terms of his up through his front end. Good kind of shape and power on top of it. He just simply gets a little too dry, a little too harsh in the middle part of his body. Like to put more condition over his rib. We can lengthen his stride off of his hind 2 just a fraction as well. Excellent class of heavies here. Let's congratulate these 2 young men.
Your results out of class number 6, first place, congratulations to Hollis Gore, El Reno FFA. In second place, congratulations, Aiden Gore, El Reno FFA. We're going to reset the arena, be ready for our champion and reserve champion.
Been a lot of fun to work through this set of blues here to get these class winners back out. And I think, sometimes when you go, you never know what you're going to find in these light crosses. But these are awfully good all the way through. And yet, anybody that's ever known me very well or seen me judge before, we're going to take time when we need to take time, and we're going to move along when we can move along. That one's your champion.
Sutton Striker out of Class 5 is your champion. We're now showing for reserve.
I was like, that was really loud.
It's right here.
Get him moving, man.
Bring that second place in, and it doesn't hurt anything in terms of the quality that we have out here in the ring. And yet another one that I thought as we worked through those classes that hit me extremely good in terms of one that's so balanced from the side, sound, functional, really fresh in terms of his appearance. This young lady here in the middle of the ring, you'll have your reserve.
Your reserve champion is Arrington Carson out of Class 3. Congratulations.
That's Adeline Wood.
Adeline Wood out of Class 3, draw 3.
I remember when this
Is that Mason?
I don't even use
Out of Class 5, Mason Shout, draw 4.
Oh my god, I'm gonna use I didn't know this focuses it
40.
Claire Whitman out of Class 2.
Claire Whitman out of Class 2 is draw number 5.
Hudson Cooper out of Class 3.
Hudson Cooper out of Class 3, draw 6.
Class 6. Hollis Gore out of Class 6 is number 4.
Hollis Gore out of Class 6, draw 7.
That's my travel room. Class 3. That's all of that class.
Draw 8 is Aspen Burns out of Class 3. Rance Nitzel, draw 9 out of Class 1.
Class 2, Nikki Park, number 10.
Nikki Parks out of Class 2 is draw 10.
Him.
Number 11 out of Class 6.
Aiden Gore.
Out of Class 6, Aiden Gore, draw 11.
Riley.
Riley Harlan is number 12 out of Class 5.
Draw 12 comes out of Class 5, Riley Harland.
Gage Lesbrance is number 13.
Gage Lesbrance, draw 13 out of Class 4.
Danny Tillman out of Class 2.
Danny Kilman, draw 14 out of Class 2.
18.
Johnson out of Class 1 is
Draw 15 comes out of Class 1, Aiden Johnson.
Addison Owens out of Class 2 is 16.
Draw 16 is Addison Owens out of Class 2.
Is that it?
Our Dart Cross. We have 44 entries in Dart Cross. Class 1 has 6 entries. Class 2 has 7 entries. Class 3 has 10 entries. Please be making your way to the sidelines. Class 1, make your way to the makeup pen looking for 6 entries in your Class 1 Dart Cross.
Who was champion dark?
Class 1 of your Dart Cross is in the arena at this time. Class 2, please check in the makeup pen. Class 3, please be making your way towards the sidelines.
We're going to have a lot of fun as we get into these dark classes. This is a very competitive, very good kind of a class. And I guess to me, there's a pair of them that kind of surface towards the top. And within that pair, there's one that's just a little more of him. When you get the top part of his hip, carry him all the way through the center and lower part of his ham. That's the young lady on the far side. She's going to win her class. Super fresh, super square back kind of an individual. Lots of dimension as you get back behind him. You know, I could lengthen his stride ever so slightly out of his hip and out of his hind too. And yet we can say a little bit of the same for the one that we're going to have in second. One is presented to the nines in terms of skin, hair, freshness in that regard. Nice bear here to win the class. Young man's black hip bear is going to be second here. Another one that I think just gives you a little more of a stoutness, a little more manly kind of a look. Good kind of bone and foot size in the hip. Tremendous shape as you get up on top of it. You get back behind him, and I just like to widen him at the top of his hip, give him just a little more flare through his stifle. And again, he's another one that maybe you could just lengthen his stride ever so slightly in order to make him just a little more ideal. From there, it gets a little tighter in the rest of the class. Young man's painted up bear is going to be third here. Another one that you like from a muscle standpoint, dimension standpoint, you get down at the ground. And I just got to see him a notch stouter in terms of his bone and foot size. He gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip as well than maybe what you deem ideal. If we could just lengthen his hip, change him in that regard, stouten him up in his bone and foot, we could possibly move him up in class. Solid black bear is going to be next in line here. Another good kind of a bear that's attractive up through his front end. He's tall and elevated at the point of his shoulder, like that about his contemporary group. He's the one that maybe runs out a little bit in terms of bone and foot size and just stoutness. He too's one as you get back behind him. I just got to see a little more of him. Just widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, open him up in the center part of his rib in order to move up any higher today. Young lady in the plaid shirt's coming next here. 5 and 6. He's just got a little more muscle, a little more power to that guy. Like to soften him in the middle part of his body. Like to loosen him in his spine. Level him out in his design. Lengthen and level him out of his hip in order to move up any higher. Young lady's got an attractive bear that comes out next. Just simply gets a little narrower gauged, if you will, all the way through. Gets a little flatter in terms of his overall build. Just need to give him a shot more muscle. Nice class of darts here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results are the Class 1 first place. Congratulations to Addison Carson, Yukon FFA. Second place, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Third place, Carson Cooper, Calumet FFA. Fourth place, Hudson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Fifth place, Addison Goodman, Miller 4-H. Sixth place, Kaylee Putnam, Mustang FFA. We're now ready for class number 2, looking for 7 entries in class 2. Class 3, you have 10 exhibitors. Make your way towards the holding pen at this time. Class number 4, looking for 6 entries in class number 4. You make your way towards the sidelines. Class number 5 has 6 entries. Class number 6 has 6 entries. Class number 7 has 3. Right now in the main arena is class number 2 with 7 exhibitors.
Another very good class of dark crosses, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record when I say there's 2 or 3 of them that move themselves up to the top, but they do so, and they do so quite easily. And I guess as we get out here, I'll just be the first one to tell you there's a pair of them that I like a lot, and I'd like to change some things about each one of them at the same time. We're starting with the young lady's black bear here closest to me. This one's got all kinds of shape and power as you get up on top of him. He's sound and mobile in his movement. He's square and truer in terms of his toe placement when he comes right to you. And I like that about him exceptionally well. I'd love to stouten that thing's jaw and just give him a little more feature up front, if you will. But that's a really cool looking design one. Good kind of belly and body in him. He's got good kind of shape and muscle. Young man here closest to me is going to be second in this class. This one, in terms of the way he is in the center part of his body, the bulk, the mass that he has in the middle part of him, I like exceptionally well. He gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck than maybe what you'd term ideal. When he drives right to you, he wants to roll his front foot just a little more inward. I like to square him up down at his toe, down at his foot, in order to make him just a little truer in that regard in comparison with that one that wins the class. Young man in the plaid shirt is going to be 3 here today. This one's got all kinds of muscle, all kinds of power, all kinds of shape. He just gets a little more compact all the way through. He gets a little shorter up through his front end. He gets a little shorter out of his hip. He doesn't want to get out and just reach and go and travel off of his hind two quite as comfortably as those 2 hogs up ahead of him in class. Young lady here with the orange brush is going to be next in line. Another really attractive hog from the side, really extended up through his front end. Gets a little frailer in terms of his bone and footwork than maybe what you'd term ideal, particularly off of his hind leg. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip as well, just have him get out and travel just a hair easier in terms of the way he gets out of his hind two, and make him just do that, and we can move him up in class. Young lady in a black shirt is going to be next, and a wide-bodied, stout, powerful made kind of a barrel. Lots of dimension in this guy as you get in the upper part of his stop line. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder than what you'd term ideal. Just like to relax him and lay him back in his shoulder, have him take a little more fluid kind of a stride off of his hind two in order to move up any higher today. As we come down through to the next pair, young lady on the far side is going to be next. Another one that you like in terms of bone and foot size. Gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body, gets a little more tucked in his flank than what you'd like to see. He's a good barrel when you talk about shape and mass and muscle, like that about him. We got to change him in the middle part of his body though in order to move up. Young lady's bear that comes next, one that you like in terms of just having some softness to the center. He gets a little narrower made all the way through. Just need more mass, more power, more dimension in that guy. Excellent class of crosses. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Your results in Class 2. First place, congratulations to Addison Carson, Yukon FFA. Second place, congratulations Sutton Strika, Miller 4H. Third place, Corbin Schoaf, Yukon FFA. Fourth place, Hannah Hinkle, Yukon FFA. Fifth place, Gabby Nafa, Union City FFA. Sixth place, congratulations to Danny Killman, Union City FFA. And seventh place, Addison Owens, Mustang FFA. We're now ready for class number 3, looking for 10 exhibitors in class 3. Class 4, you can make your way into the makeup pen. 6 entries in class 4. 6 entries in class 5 and 6 entries in class 6. You can make your way to the sidelines. We're now showing 10 entries in class number 3.
Well, not because of the number of head that we had in the class, but this is one of the deeper classes as far as quality all the way through that we've seen throughout the day. And yet awfully good kind of pieces and awfully good kind of hogs within this class. A good kind of a bear to start the class. The young lady's cheetah hog, you're going to win this class. Really good in terms of the shape and power. You get up on top of him. The dimension as you get back behind him is awfully good. You know, the way his head and neck comes out of the top of his blade is awfully good. If you could tweak him in anywhere, I'd like to open him just a fraction right in the base of his chest floor, but that's being awfully critical, but very nice kind of a barrel here to win this class. Young lady solid black bear is going to be second here. Another one, they talk about his fit to the nines in terms of skin, hair, really good kind of a barrel. Underline up, I like this guy a lot in terms of just the right kind of condition, right kind of shape, right kind of power. And now what you get down at the ground, and he's kind of one of those that maybe doesn't have quite the feature in terms of bone and foot to match the mass that he has up high. Like to change him in that regard. Yet at the same time, his length of stride on either end of his skeleton and his power right in the lower part of his ham and stifle is where he edges out the bear that we're going to have in 3, which is a sock-footed bear over here coming across the middle. Like this one, center body depth and flank in him, really good in terms of stoutness of skull. Like that about him exceptionally well. Gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck, a little shorter out of his hip, and when you get right back behind him, I just got to have a little more hog there. I just got to widen him out in the center part of his ham, give him more stifle there. We just give him more flair and pop. We can move him up in class. The little guy on the far side is going to be next in line. Really heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear. Like the length of body, length of side on that one. He gets a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. You get up on top of him and he gets a little more A-frame right there at the top of his blade. Like to square him there, change how he is in his neckline and the crest of his neck in order to move him up any higher today. The young lady's bear that comes next. Lots of power, lots of dimension in this one. Another one that gets a little softer down on his front foot. He kind of wants to overstride off of his hind leg a little more than what I'd like to see. And as you get right up on top of him, he gets a little more pinched right there in his ham-loin junction, and we can just square him and fill him in there just a little bit, soften him there. Awfully good class. Let's congratulate them.
Your results are the class number 3. Congratulations. In first place, Presley Bennett, Yukon FFA. Second place, Adeline Wood, Yukon FFA. Third place, Nicholas Armitage, Miller 4H. Fourth place, Mason Morris, Miller 4H. Fifth place, Riley Schoaf, Yukon FFA. Sixth place, Hannah Hinkle, Yukon FFA. Seventh place, Hayden Griffin, Yukon FFA. Eighth place, Rowdy Reimers, Yukon FFA. Ninth place, Cadence Keller, Mustang FFA. And 10th place, Zachary Johnson, El Reno FFA. We're now ready for class number 4. In class 4, we have 6 entries. Class number 5, please make your way to the makeup pen. There are 6 entries in class 5. Class 6, we have 6 entries. Class 7, we have 3 entries. Classes 6 and 7, make your way to the sidelines. We'll be calling for you shortly.
Fun class to work through here. 6 head in this class, and yet 6 hogs that have got a lot of quality and a lot of good to them. I guess to me, as you get up here, there's a pair of them once again, and they're different in terms of the way they're built and the way they're made. They're hogs that you like a lot of things about, starting with this wide-belted hog right here. You talk about one that is heavy bone, big-footed, really good in terms of his pattern from the side, his levelness down his top line, good kind of a barrel. When you talk about having some shape up high, I'd love to drop just a little more flank in him, as we just get a little bit nitpicky about it. If we could just drop just a hair more flank in him, I think it makes it a little bit easier, because that's the one thing I'd like to just change about him. The one that's so good and so productive is the young man that comes across the middle here. He's going to be second. Love this guy in terms of the openness that he has to the center part of his rib. Softer, more pliable in his flank. Tremendous power and shape in him. He gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck. You get down at the ground, and for the mass and power that one's got up high, I just got to see his bone column just a notch stouter, a notch more bigger in that regard. Just give him a little more feature. Nice pair of hogs up here in the top end. Young lady solid black bear is going to be third here today. Heavy bone, big footed kind of a bear. You get up on top of him, and I don't know if he's got quite as much spread and dimension. He's got a real tweaked out kind of a top in terms of shape, yet at the same time he doesn't have quite the spread, quite the dimension down his top line as those 2 hogs up ahead of him in class. He too's one that maybe wants to overstride just a notch off of his hind leg, like to change him, just make him a little more true in terms of the way he gets out and goes in order to move up any higher. The painted bear on the far side is going to be next. Another one. You let this one sit still, you like a lot of things about him. He's heavy boned, he's big footed, he's stout, he's soft and pliable in the middle part of his body. We get him on the move, and the longer the drive wears on, he wants to wear down in terms of his feet and legs. I'd like to bust him open from his knee down to the ground as well in order to move him up any higher today. Young man here closest to me is going to be next. Another really extended fronted kind of a barrel, good kind of shape up high. He maybe gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder than what you'd like to see. He's another one that you could stouten in terms of his bone and foot in comparison with the shape and power that he has up high. And the young man's bear that comes next, long-bodied, really extended kind of an individual. Just simply need more squareness, more dimension as we get up on top of him. We need to open him up in the center part of his rib as well. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Your results in class number 4, first place. Congratulations to Mackenzie Armitage, Miller 4H. In second, Wyatt Dodd, Mustang 4H. Third place, congratulations to Madison Shout, Piedmont FFA. Fourth place, Mackenzie Armitage, Miller 4H. Fifth place, Cash Pivniska, Yukon 4H. Sixth place, congratulations to Rance Nitzel, Calumet FFA. We're now ready to work class 5. We're looking for 6 entries in class number 5. We have one more class following this with 6 entries, and then class 7 has 3. If you have shown in the first 4 classes of our dark cross, please keep your ears open, make your way back towards the sidelines and the back makeup area for our champion and reserve. We're now showing class 5 with 6 entries.
We get out here in our next to the last class of these dark crosses, and another fun class to work through. And I guess to me, the one that kind of suits me best and rises to the top. You know, he doesn't have the most flared out paint job or anything like that. The young lady's bearer here closest to me. This one right here, in terms of which one is being so practical, so good built in terms of his feet and legs, where he gets out and goes. Maybe not the heaviest muscled hog, but yet at the same time, he's one that just puts so many good things together. Just a logical kind of a place to start. Young man over here to my left is going to be next. Really good in terms of shape, power, dimension of muscle in that guy. Really good in terms of just having overall dimension. He's extended up through his front end. He gets a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Maybe you'd like to change just a little bit in terms of the way he goes out of his hip and hind leg, make him just a little more comfortable. But an awfully nice kind of a barrel to have landing here in second. Third, fourth, and fifth, you should say he gets a little bit closer out here. Young lady here closest to me is going to be third. Very well presented kind of a barrel. Love the freshness and shape in the upper part of his top line. Gets a little flatter in his rib cage and what you'd like to just put a bigger barrel, a little more robust kind of a center in him in order to move up any higher. Been an awfully good kind of a barrel, like the stoutness of skull and stoutness and he has up through his front end and bone and foot to be landing with that. The young man coming next here, really stout, muscular barrel, tons of shape, tons of product in this guy. Maybe one that just gets a little more jammed up through his front end, like to lengthen his neck, like to make him just a notch taller to the point of his blade. He every once in a while kind of wants to wing out just a little more out of his hind tooth, like to bring him a little more back inside of his body wall in order to make him a little more ideal. The white belted bear comes next. Heavy bone, big-footed, stout-featured kind of a barrel. Maybe one that gets a little easier in his top line than what you'd term ideal, like to strengthen his spine, level him out, change how he goes off of his hind leg in order to move him up. And the young lady's got a super attractive barrel that comes out next. Tall-shouldered, one that's presented exceptionally well in terms of skin and hair. We just got to see a little more of that guy, give him more product all the way through. Nice class of crosses. Let's congratulate them.
Your results in class number 5. First place, congratulations to Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H. Second place, congratulations, Court Shelton, Union City, FFA. Third place, Livia Fees, El Reno, FFA. Fourth place, Parker Mills, Yukon 4-H. Fifth place, Aiden Gore, El Reno, FFA. Sixth place, Lily Schoaf, Yukon, FFA. We're now ready for class number 6. 6 entries in class number 6. Class 6 should be making their way into the main arena at this time. Class 7, our final class, has 3 entries. Check in the makeup pen. If you have a dark cross, this is your second call. Dark crosses, all make your way back towards the sidelines. We'll be calling for you for champion and reserve pre-sale lineup. We want to give a quick shout out today to our Herdsmanship Advisory Board and our ambassadors. It's a team of exemplary young leadership ambassadors who are working collectively and individually to increase the awareness of the Canadian County Livestock Program. Advisory Board members benefit as an appointed brand ambassador, agriculture advocate, and community spokesperson at the behest of the Canadian County Fair Board and its associates to promote the Canadian County Junior Livestock Show and the Canadian County Free Fair. Advisory Board ambassadors participate through community outreach and involvement while upholding the positive image already possessed by young livestock owners. Today we have with us Aubrey Rakestraw, our chairperson, and McKenna Branson. If you see them out today, ask them about a $5 raffle ticket for the orange water tank directly below the announcer's stand. We'll be raffling that off on Friday evening during the sale. Tickets are $5 a ticket. 5 tickets for $20. Thank you, Century Products, for donating that water tank for our raffle this week.
Young lady over here closest to me is going to win this class here. As we work through this class, I think the one that just brings the most to the table in terms of shape and power and dimension, one that's good in terms of extension up through his front end. You know, ideally, I'd like to lengthen his stride just a tick on either end of his skeleton, and yet he's the one that just opens up so much more. There's just simply more hog there, if you will, than anything else that we have in class. Young lady here in the purple sweater is going to be next. Super attractive barrel, really balanced from the side. You get up on top of this guy, and I don't know if he opens up quite as good, quite as powerful as that barrel that wins the class. He's definitely not quite as bold in the center part of his rib. Open him up in his rib, just give more barrel to him, give him more dimension right in the lower part of his ham and stifle, and we can make that big case just a little bit closer between 1 and 2. Young lady in the FFA shirt is going to be next. A stout, muscular, powerful kind of a barrel. Love the shape, love the dimension in that one. Lots of power in him. He just simply gets too tubular through the middle part of his body. They just soften him in the middle part of his body, drop him in his flank. He gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hip than maybe what you'd term ideal. We get for the amount of mass and power that he has up high, we can stouten and intensify his bone work just a fraction to make him just a little more ideal. The chromed up barrel on the next on the far side is going to be next. Good bodied kind of a barrel, like the depth of body, the condition that he has over his rib. You get up on top of him, and within this contemporary group, he just doesn't have quite as much squareness, quite as much dimension of muscle all the way through, just like to give him more shape, give him more power, particularly right behind his blade in order to move him up. Young man on the far side is going to be next in this class. Another really attractive barrel that's extended up through his front end. He gets a little softer down on his front foot than what you'd like to see. Like to change how he goes off of his hind two as well in order to move him up. And the young man that rounds out the class, another one that's extended up through his front end. Good kind of pattern in him. We just got to have a little more mass and power. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
Shane Adams.
We're now showing our final class, 3 entries in our final class at Dark Cross. We'll have the results from Class 6 here momentarily. Your results of the Class 6. First place, congratulations to Riley Schoaf, Yukon FFA. In second place, Josie Felton, El Reno FFA. Third place, Zoe Scott, Calumet FFA. Fourth place, Shane Adams, Mustang FFA. Fifth place, Caleb Strika, Union City FFA. And sixth place, Caleb Cope, Mustang FFA. We're now showing our final class with 3 entries of our Dark Cross. Please have all your Dark Crosses in the makeup bin ready for our champion and reserve pre-sale selection.
We get out here in our last class of the day, and the young lady's going to win the class, and the one that I think just brings the most positives to the table in terms of one that's balanced from the side, sound and functional on his movement, and yet still fresh and shapely as you get up on top of him. Good kind of dimension in that guy. He's just the most problem-free bear that we have within the drive, one that kind of wins the class quite handily. Young man's black bear is going to be second in here. Another really attractive, balanced bear from the side. You get up on top and behind this guy, and I'd just like to give a shot more muscle dimension, widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, give him more flair to the center and lower part of his ham. And that's what makes it difficult, because the young lady's bear that we're going to have in 3, he does have more muscle. He does have more power in him. He's just simply one that's a little rounder made, whether you're talking about up in his neck and up through his front end, or talking about his hip on the other end of his skeleton. Just like to raise him up at the point of his shoulder, lengthen and level him out of his hip. Lots of power, lots of shape in that guy. We just need to balance him a hair differently. Nice class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Your results in class number 7, first place, congratulations to Josie Felton, El Reno, FFA. In second place, Grayson Morris, Yukon, FFA. Third place, congratulations to Megan McCullough, Maple 4-H. We're going to reset the arena. We're ready now for our champion and reserve pre-sale selection of our Dark Cross. If you've not made your way to the makeup pen and you were competing in Dark Cross, please make your way right now.
We were just laughing a while ago, and as we went through that Hampshire deal and did the sell order of how great you guys did as far as having those up here and having them ready. And I was just asking if this was going to go quite as smooth, and I commend you for that, because a lot of times when you're doing these county bonus sales and your lineups, if you will, and you're sitting and waiting for the next one to get up here, sometimes it gets a little bit nerve-wracking on especially the exhibitors as well as the people around the stands. But enough about that. If you would, put your hands together for each one of these exhibitors out here that's got a class winner today. It's been a lot of fun to work through these dark crosses, and I'm just going to tell you, they're not all cookie cutter, and I'm fine with that. They're the hogs that come to the ring and come to the table, if you will, that I think has got the most positives, the most things that they put together, the things that I like, and what I kind of look for as we work down through there. There's a pair of them that I think it's close between. Within the pair, I think there's one, if you want to just talk about overall stoutness, whether you're talking about stoutness about his skull, stoutness about his top shape, stoutness about the openness that he has to the center part of his rib, that's where I think he edges out the other one, the one that I like best, this cheetah coming right to me.
Your champion Dark Cross comes out of class number 3, Presley Bennett, Yukon FFA.
Very nice second place. Hog comes out and I think gets right in the mix, and yet with that, another one that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Love this guy from a design standpoint, feet and leg standpoint. Really just a couple little things you'd like to tweak about him. Tremendous individual in his own right. That solid black bear will be your reserve.
Carson. Yeah, that's Arrington.
Class 2.
That's 2, Addison Carson.
Reserve champion is Addison Carson, Yukon FFA.
So that's for class 1 scratches. So Bryson Cooper should be coming in class 1.
Bryson.
He's down there in the
So that was class 2 that was for reserve. Okay.
Sutton striker. What class 4?
Draw 3 comes out of class 4.
What? Mackenzie Armitage. Mackenzie Armitage.
Mackenzie Armitage. Draw 4 comes out of class 3, Adeline Wood.
Class 2.
Draw 5 comes out of class 2, Sutton Striker. Draw 6 comes out of class 6, Riley Schoaf.
Dodd is number 7.
Draw 7 comes out of class 4, Wyatt Dodd.
No, that's under Jersey's name.
Joseph Felton. Is that class 7?
That's
Class 7.
Is number 8.
yeah.
Draw 8 comes out of class number 7, Josie Felton.
So Josie's scratched class 6 and class 7.
She's picked in 7. Yeah.
That scratches her 6.
Right, that's what I think they were confused about.
Class 1.
Class 1, Bryson Cooper, draw 9.
Class 5. Is that Claire Whitman?
Draw 10 comes out of Class 5, Clara Whitman.
Thank you.
That one?
Yes.
Draw 11, Nicholas Armitage out of Class 3.
Shout. Madison shot on class 4.
Draw 12 comes out of Class 4, Madison Shout.
That is Morris. Yes. 13.
Draw 13 comes out of Class 3, Mason Morris.
30. 30. Corbin, I'm sorry, Port Shelton. Class 5.
There he is.
Draw 14 comes out of Class 5, Court Shelton.
Grayson Morris out of 7. That's 15.
Draw 15 comes out of Class 7, Grayson Morris.
Carson Cooper out of class 1 is 16.
Draw 16 comes out of Class number 1, Carson Cooper.
Hudson Cooper is 17.
Draw 17 comes out of Class 1, Hudson Cooper. Draw 18 comes from Class 2, Corbin Schoaf.
Davis Morris, class
who'd that go to? Who's the driver?
He just picked 18 and it was Corbin Show.
Yeah.
No.
Now he picked 19. He was in the red shirt that just went out.
Draw 19 comes out of class number 3, Hannah Hinkle.
Comes in.
Out of class 2.
Draw 20 comes out of class 2, Gabby Nafa. Draw 21 comes out of class 6, Zoe Scott. Draw 22 comes out of class 4, Cash Pivniska.
Class 4.
Draw 23 is Lance Nitzel out of class 4.
All of class 4. Class 5 is number 24.
Draw 24 is out of class 5, Olivia Fees.
Class 7 is 25.
Draw 25 is Megan McCullough out of class 7.
It's 26.
Draw 26 comes from class 5, Parker Mills. Draw 27 comes out of class 5, Aiden Gore. Draw 28 comes out of Class 5, Lily Schoaf.
That's out of class 6.
Draw 29 is Shane Adams out of Class 6.
Number 30.
Yep. Draw 30, Class 1, Addison Goodman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our pre-sale lineup for Dark Cross. We'll be back to you in about 10 minutes with our grand and reserve lineup and sale order lineup momentarily. All week long here at the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show, we have a herdsmanship competition taking place. The herdsmanship competition has been a long-standing tradition here at the Canadian County spring and fall shows. But with the assistance and help of our Herdsmanship Advisory Board, appointed by our County Fair Board, of our ambassadors out there, we have a whole brand new set of rules and obligations that each one of our teams and schools and clubs need to abide by. We're very grateful. The swine portion of our Herdsmanship Award is sponsored by Winter Livestock. Winter Livestock was established in 2013 just as a dream north of Reno, Oklahoma. Owned and operated by Tanner and Sam Winter, their 4 children, Tegan, Tabor, Tyson, and Tandy. At the time, the Winter family weren't sure what it would ultimately become, but knew it was something they were both passionate about. Both knew the life and family built around quality hogs and wanted to give it a go for themselves. They now run around 100 show pigs, sows of 8 different breeds, a boar stud, and distribute show feed across the great state of Oklahoma. The Winter family is proud to support the Herdsmanship Award and fortunate enough to give back to the program that built them. Thank you to the Winter family for sponsoring the swine portion of our Herdsmanship Award this week at the Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. Our Barrow Show today is sponsored by BA Tools, a Matco authorized distributor. Thank you, BA Tools, for sponsoring today's show and supporting our 4-H and FFA youth.
See, she has it completely. bring them up here. We just won't move until they're there.
So goat, sheep, and cattle cards are ready to be picked up.
Not cattle.
Not cattle, sheep and goats.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, all goat and sheep cards are ready to be picked up at the announcer stand. When you get a free moment, make your way up to the announcer stand and pick up your goat and sheep cards.
She has them bound by. So she said have like
Everything.
We have them bound by individual clubs and groups, so bring up your individual ag teacher or 4-H leader for your club cards or FFA chapter cards for sheep and goats. We're about ready to start with the grand drive. We're going to ask that everybody bring up their first, second, and third place in all breeds. For the dark and the light cross and Hampshire, we're asking at least the top 10 to make your way up. Everybody keep an ear close to the announcer stand. But right now, if we could have our top 1, 2, and 3 of all breeds and the top 10 of dark and light cross and Hampshire to make your way to the makeup pen at this time to prepare for the grand drive. Once again, we're ready for all of your barrows from today's show. Make your way to the makeup pen and get lined up for the grand drive final sale order sort. Make your way to the makeup pen, into the sidelines at this time. Take the direction of the ring help, and let's get lined up and ready for our grand drive and final sale order.
Reserve Burke, Chester, Poland.
Attention in the arena, we're looking for the Reserve Berkshire, the Reserve Chester White, and the Reserve Poland China. Please make your way to the holding area at this time. We're looking for you for the final sale order lineup. Reserve Berkshire, Reserve Chester White, and Reserve Poland China. Once again, still looking forward to the Reserve Berkshire and Reserve Poland China. If you're still on grounds, make your way into the holding area at this time for the final sale order draw. Reserve Champion Berkshire, Reserve Champion Poland China. We're just about ready to get started here for the grand drive and final sale order lineup. We're still looking for some third place and beyond in some of our breeds. If you are third through 10th in any of the breeds, please make your way third through 10th of the prelim lineup. Make your way to the makeup pen at this time. When we start, we will not stop and save room for you. Make your way to the makeup pen at this time, third through 10th place in the pre-sale lineup order. We're getting ready to select our bonus sale lineup order for the Barrows. If you're unable to join us on Friday evening for the sale, pick up a QR code. We've got them down at the awards table, scattered out around the entire grounds. Use your phone to snap that QR code. It'll take you right to the right place on our auction website. You can still support all of these young 4-H and FFA members from the comfort of your home and the convenience of your cell phone. Pick up one of these cards and easily access the auction site from the comfort of your home if you are unable to join us 6 p.m. Friday evening right here at the Canadian County Expo. Following our grain and reserve sale order drive, we'll move right into our showmanship. We'll have 3 showmanship divisions: junior, 3rd through 6th grade, intermediate 7th through 9th grade, and senior 10th through 12th grade. The junior division is sponsored by Daryl and Diane Bowe of Yukon.
This isn't right, is it?
Now, are you getting mine down and done?
We are ready for our grand drive. At the direction of your ring help, we are ready for our grand drive in the Barrow Show today.
Thank you, dear.
For our grand drive in Berkshire, your champion is Adeline Wood. Chester White, Nicholas Armitage, representing Miller 4-H. Duroc, Wyatt Dodd, Mustang 4-H.
Hampshire. You have Hampshire champion.
Hampshire champion is Nicholas Armitage.
Hampshire champion Nicholas Armitage. Hereford champion Landon Barton. Poland China champion Bryson Cooper. Your spot champion Cash Pivniska.
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Davis.
Davis Morris.
Yorkshire champion Davis Morris.
Light cross.
Light cross. Sutton Striker.
Light cross champion Sutton Striker, Miller 4-H. Dark cross champion Presley Bennett, Yukon FFA.
If you guys want to just let them chill out just a minute, I promise you I'm not one that's very long-winded. First and foremost, thank you again for the opportunity to come and work with your young people the last 2 days. It's definitely been a privilege and an honor because if you grow up in this state and you know the past and the history and everything else, you know what Canadian County represents and how good of a hog show it's always going to be. Before we talk any more about the hogs or anything in particular, I don't know if you guys realize how smooth, how efficient that we just worked through those sale orders and those breeds today and everything else. That only happens because of you as a crowd, but more importantly, these people that are in the ring, up in the booth, all around. If you would, give all of them a great big round of applause. Trust me, I hate to sound like I'm a real old guy, but I've judged plenty of county fairs across this state and other states, and there's nothing more frustrating than sitting around and waiting for hours and hours to bring the next one that's in the far back of the barn. And we went through this deal very efficient because of the people here and you guys as parents, exhibitors, and everything else. And so it's made it very enjoyable and a whole lot of fun. I realize we got another show coming up here in a couple of weeks. We're all going to go home and go to brushing, and I encourage every one of you to keep doing so. This has been a phenomenal hog show. It's still basically right down to the time when we got to really put in the hard work. We really got to put in the effort. So keep going home, keep working, keep trying, keep fighting, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. This has been a phenomenal set of hogs. It's been really fun to work through. If you guys want to fire these things up, there are a pair of these things out here that I guess for me. And I say that for me because these champions all the way through, I don't care if we're talking about the Burke, all the way through to the Dark Cross, they fit my kind. They fit my kind, the way I like them to be built, the way I like them in terms of being balanced, in terms of being hogs that are opened up, they're hogs that are sound and functional. There's a pair of them out here that mimic each other in a lot of different ways. You want to get right down to it. There's one of them that comes at you more powerful through the base of his chest floor. He's super, super good in terms of the spread, power right out of the backside of his blade. That blue one's your champion.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Your grand champion, ladies and gentlemen, Sutton Striker, Miller 4-H.
Very, very good reserve cross or reserve light cross comes out and gets in the ring. And at the same time, as we work through each one of those classes, each one of those breeds, to me there was a pair of them that I thought just mimicked each other so much in terms of not only their skull shape, the shape that they have in their top line. There was simply more of one than there is the other. That dark cross is your reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve grand champion is Presley Bennett, Yukon FFA.
Hey, I was close.
We'll talk a couple more of these because I think it's been such a phenomenal show. And again, I don't care what breed you're talking about as you go down through here. There's hogs in here that's going to have another really good day here in a couple weeks. One that I thought jumped in the mix, tweak him in just a certain area, and maybe it's just for me or the way I like them, tweak him in a certain area, but at the same time, phenomenal kind of an individual. Like a lot of things about it, that reserve dark cross is your third.
Your bronze grand champion is Addison Carson, Yukon FFA.
Good. We're going to talk a pair more, and then after that, we'll go back and just kind of start lining up your sell order. Another one that I thought as we went through those breeds is just so unique in terms of the way he's built, the way he's put together, sound, functional, my kind in a lot of different ways. That Hampshire's your next in line.
Thanks, sir.
Last time we'll talk on the mic, and then we'll start lining up your sell order. Again, as I went through those breeds, this has been a terrific set of purebreds, crossbreds, all in the mix. The one that lines up next, young man's Duroc.
Draw 4 comes from Hampshire Division, Nicholas Armitage, Miller 4-H.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, okay, they're letting them out. What are they doing?
Draw 5 comes from the Duroc, Wyatt Dodd, Mustang 4-H. Draw 6, Light Cross, Arrington Carson, Yukon FFA. Draw 7, Dark Cross, Mackenzie Armitage, Miller 4-H. Draw 8, Adeline Wood from the Light Cross, Yukon FFA.
We need Madison.
Draw 9 comes from the Duroc, Davis Morris, Yukon FFA. Draw 10 from the Hampshire, Lily Schoaf, Yukon FFA. Draw 11 from Light Cross, Mason Shout, Piedmont FFA. Draw 12, Duroc, Kelly Bradshaw, Piedmont FFA. Draw 13 from the Dark Cross, Riley Schoaf, Yukon FFA. Draw 14 from Duroc, Cash Pivniska, Yukon 4-H. Draw 15 from Yorkshire, Carson Cooper, Calumet, FFA. Draw 16 from Hereford, Landon Barton, Union City, FFA. Draw 17 from Hampshire, Frankie Joe Bradshaw, Piedmont, FFA. Draw 18, Poland, China, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Draw 19, Dark Cross, Josie Felton, El Reno, FFA.
Bryson just got pulled, right?
Draw 20, Duroc, Hudson Locklear, El Reno, FFA. Draw 21, Hampshire, Brogan Lancaster, El Reno, FFA. Draw 22, Berkshire, Madison Shout, Piedmont FFA. Draw 23, Dark Cross, Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H.
Should a light cross? Running and the pig wants to be racing after him.
Draw 24, Dark Cross, Mason Morris, Miller 4-H.
Morris.
Draw 25, Light Cross, Hudson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Draw 26, Poland China, Presley Steely, Calumet FFA. Draw 27, Dark Cross, Court Shelton, Union City, FFA. Draw 28, Hampshire, Megan McCullough, Maple 4-H. Draw 29, Light Cross, Hollis Gore, El Reno, FFA.
Okay, I need to switch that.
Draw 30, Hampshire, Aspen Burns, Calumet, FFA. Draw 31, Hampshire, Kaylee Putnam, Mustang, FFA.
Grayson's still driving. Okay, well, maybe.
Draw 32, Berkshire, Gage Lesprance, El Reno, FFA.
Gauge.
Draw 33, Dark Cross, Grayson Morris, Yukon, FFA. Draw 34, Hampshire, Corbin Schoaf, Yukon, FFA. Hannah Hinkle, Dark Cross. Corbin Schoaf, please make your way to the announcer stand, please. Corbin Schoaf, please bring your blue cards with you. Draw 35, Dark Cross, Hannah Hinkle, Yukon FFA.
That's all she had, wasn't it?
Draw 36, Hampshire, Grady Lesprance, El Reno FFA.
You have quite a bit. Let me tell you.
Draw 37, Hampshire, Parker Mills, Yukon 4-H.
Who?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently on draw 38. We are currently working draw 38. Draw 38, Rance Nitzel with his light cross, Calumet FFA. We're now drawing alternates. First alternate, Dark Cross, Gabby Nafa, Union City, FFA. Second alternate, Light Cross, Nikki Parks, Union City, FFA. Third alternate, Hereford, Aiden Johnson, Mustang 4-H. Fourth alternate, Light Cross, Aiden Gore, El Reno, FFA. Fifth alternate, Light Cross, Riley Harland, Mustang 4-H. Sixth alternate, Dark Cross, Zoe Scott, Calumet, FFA. Seventh alternate, Duroc, Jackson Burns, Calumet, FFA. Eighth alternate, Hampshire, Livia Fees, El Reno, FFA. Ninth alternate, Berkshire, Jake Volgamore, El Reno, FFA.
On it.
10th in the draw, alternate, Duroc, Reagan Clark, Piedmont, FFA. Eleventh alternate, Light Cross, Danny Kilman, Union City, FFA. Twelfth and final alternate, from Duroc, Presley Allsett, Piedmont, FFA. Congratulations to all of our Barrow winners today. Congratulations to all of our sale awardees. We're going to reset the arena and be ready for our showmanship. We have 3 showmanship divisions. In the junior division will be 3rd through 6th grade. Make your way towards the makeup pins at this time to show junior division showmanship. Intermediate division showmanship, 7th through 9th grade. Senior division showmanship, 10th through 12th grade. At this time, we are looking for 3rd through 6th grade showmanship exhibitors. Make your way towards the makeup arena at this time. As our showmanship exhibitors are getting prepared and making their way towards the makeup arena, we've had some announcements make up our way to the announcer's stand. Not only do we have a herdsmanship competition going on, we also have Secret Santas acting as each other, if you will. We've had some great comments from the pens, from the stands. One in particular, we've had individuals helping their peers holding the pen and the show ring. Another one was helping another one water their animals until that member came to the show from school. We've had members helping pick up trash, sweeping the alleyway out by the concession stand, and another individual allowed them to use his pig because hers was tired and could not show any longer in the showmanship last night. Not only do we compete against each other in herdsmanship, we compete for each other and with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the spirit of Canadian County. Each one of you in your FFA chapters and 4-H clubs, you need to commend yourselves and each other for a job well done and sportsmanship all around the table. Congratulations, everybody. We're now getting our arena ready for our junior showmanship, 3rd through 6th grade. This is your last call for 3rd through 6th grade junior showmanship. If you intend on showing in junior showmanship, give us a hoot, give us a holler, let us know right now. Junior showmanship is in the arena. Judge, the class is yours. Intermediate exhibitors, 7th through 9th grade. Intermediate exhibitors, 7th through 9th grade. Make your way towards the makeup pen at this time. 7th through 9th grade. 3rd through 6th grade junior showmanship is in the arena.
Three very good showmen out here in our junior division, and just to be honest with you, these three could handle a whole lot more competition because they're awfully good, each one of them. I just love their demeanor and the way they utilize their stick, not an aggressive type of a manner, an aggressive way, if you will. They do an awfully good job. You know, I guess we're supposed to get out here and we're supposed to line up three. Unfortunately, there's only three of you because, like I said, you could stand a lot of competition, gauge a lot as we had those kids bring each one of them straight and directly towards us. Your third individual, young man with the belted bear over there, still a phenomenal showman. Young lady will be 2. Young man in the green shirt will be your champion.
Your junior showman champion is Wyatt Dodd. Congratulations, Wyatt. We are now showing our intermediate grades 7 through 9. If you're a senior, grades 10 through 12, please make your way to the makeup pen. Now showing intermediate division 7th through 9th grade.
Another very good set out here in this intermediate division, and we got a few more numbers, and yet at the same time, each one of the kids are working extremely hard, doing a very, very good job out here. You know, little things as far as trying to fight to get through as we kind of tighten the ring, so to speak, and go from different angles, and yet coming through at a smooth, calm, collected kind of a manner. I guess that's kind of what sorts her just a little bit in terms of getting into that top three. Your third individual in this division does an awfully good job. Maybe every once in a while could be just a tick more aggressive, yet at the same time seem to always kind of find the open area, kind of always seem to find just kind of the right spot. That's a young man with his belted barrow. He's going to be our third individual within this drive. 1 and 2 is awfully close, and I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of had them swapped in my mind as a kind of the start of the heat went on, and yet unfortunately, a lot of times in showmanship, I hate to use the words, it takes two to tango, but when the hog starts acting up, it makes it difficult. Your second individual out here, young man with a solid black barrow. Your champion in this division, absolutely calm. A calm stick, a calm demeanor, finds the open area all the time. Seemed to come through as we made that ring a little bit shorter and a little narrower as many times as anybody, and yet found it by going through by themselves, so they were easily seen. That young lady with that Poland will be your champion. Good job.
Your champion intermediate, Kelly Bradshaw. Congratulations. Final call for senior division showmanship, 10th through 12th grade. Once we reset the arena, we will welcome you in. This is your 10th through 12th grade senior showmanship.
Great set of young people out here in this senior division. Each one of them do a fantastic job. You know, when it comes to sometimes these showmanship deals, I guess we could sit here and we could ask questions until we're all tired of asking questions. And I'm more concerned with how they drive and handle those hogs, because I think that's the most important thing. It's easy to see that each one of these kids has spent ample hours at home and working and driving and practicing with that hog. If you would, before we name our top three, give all these seniors individuals a big round of applause. Very good group of showmen as we get out here to pick your final three. And again, I'll just tell you that a lot of times this is way, way harder than it is to actually judge the hog show. It's easy to kind of critique hogs and where we'd like to improve. Kids, there's a whole other deal, because I like working with kids. I like seeing the effort that they're putting in. Your third individual out here does a great job. This hog's wanting to kind of act up just a little bit, and yet she stayed calm, cool, and collective. Your third individual, that young lady with that white belted barrow. Second and first, I'll be honest with you, we could probably line them up 5 different times, and I don't know who would end up in the tiebreaker, because they're two very, very good showmen. As we talked about, just maybe which one just a little bit smoother, just a little bit calmer all the way through, and yet I absolutely love the intensity of the one that's going to be in second. Two phenomenal showmen. Again, it's just kind of one guy's preference on how he wants to do it, which one hit you the hardest today. Your second individual, young lady with this red belted barrow, phenomenal showman, and your champion, young lady with this blue one.
Your champion senior is Addison Carson. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Barrow Show for the day. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, all of our winners. Thank you, special thank you to our judge, Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. We will start back up tomorrow at 8 a.m. with the market goat and doe weigh-in. Sheep weigh in at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. 9:30 tomorrow morning, all cattle must be in the barn. Cattle weigh in at 10 a.m. Our goat show will promptly start at noon tomorrow. We wish you all a very safe travels home, a wonderful evening. We will see you right back here tomorrow morning for our third day, the Goat, Sheep, and Cattle Show of the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. Have a wonderful evening.